have time. NANE NANE is soon. If you go to the street, you fight, and then a person from your area is elected, that is enough, right? That is not what Gen Zs were fighting. We are fighting about changing the government. The whole government is rotten, and that's the Ruto must go. So if NANE NANE is a real thing, we don't want to appear there 500 people. Hatuwezi to our say 500 people. We can't. We don't want to go there 1,000 people. Hatuwezi. We need youth from different places, and that has to start today. KOT 6,000 and Esther. This has to start today. Like, make it clear. We're sticking to the topic. Tell people, like, you here? Yeah, thank you. What have you done to the ground? If you have done nothing, okay, what can you do? What are you doing with your platform, social medias? Because it is on our throats. Actually, it is on our throats. What are you doing with the social medias? Are you telling people to come out on NANE NANE? Have you talked maybe to people you know that they come from Western, from wherever they're coming from? Millions and millions of people. If people can come from Western, there are people outside here who can provide vehicles, but how can they provide? Because the government is watching. We have to talk to them, mobilize. We come out, and end up with 3 or 5 of us. We tell them this is happening. You see, we talk to them. We tell them, like, we give them wanataka this thing to be pushed. You see, they were out there because of finance bill, and when it was dropped, they are good and fine. Sisi tuko sawa. Sindio? So we had our vision, our goal about this revolution, and that is Ruto must go. And so if we need Ruto must go, we get back to the ground, guys. We come here to talk, to bring feedbacks. That bro, boda can spread news, and then that is how we're gonna win the NANE NANE. But if we talk online here, we feel comfortable with millions and with 1,000 followers. People are watching, people who are listening right now. Those people need to go to the ground. Let us come here to bring feedback. Let us come here tomorrow, or we say it and we make it clear. If you're not going with the rules, drop off. Thank you so much. We thank you for being with us, but you didn't follow the rules. Then thank you. You see, we have to have the rules and regulation. KOT and 6,000. I'm calling you guys. You are big wigs. We have to have rules, period. Tomorrow morning, if you are in a certain place, DM or text somebody. You guys, let us mobilize the ground. Let us come for the civic education to the ground. Let us go back to the ground. If somebody from Jacaranda calls, civic education is there, let us be there, full, like in numbers, and let people from that place see Gen Zs are talking. Let us talk to them. Unaona? Few, 1,000 people are listening here, and then they sit back. You see, and shirts and print those things, but they can't do that because saizi tunaambiwa kimeturamba, tunaambiwa hivyo. Imagine unatembea lakini unafeel your pain, unakaa kwa gari, they are talking, vijana walikuwa wanafanya sijui nini. Saizi kimewaramba, hata hakuna mtu ameelektiwa. That was not what we wanted. So to prove to them hatukutaka hiyo, to prove to our parents that we needed a different government, we're not doing anything, we don't want anything to do with this government. We need to go to the ground, guys. Go to the where you live, huh? Where you live, akwezi kosa boda, sindio? Where you live, talk to people, let us meet. I feel like we let us know each other in that. Venye tutakuwa tunazunguka hivyo, you will meet KOT, you will know that person, you will know where that person is coming from. You will go to help KOT to kufanya vitu, to mobilize place yana.
Wind up card. Wind up.
Okay, I'm my main, as I wind up, is let us mobilize people on the ground, not just online. That is my main point. Let us mobilize people on the ground. The online thing is for the few people, not for everybody. Let us receive feedbacks. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Kad. I'll still echo with your message. People were on the ground. What were on the ground? It's very important to go to the ground. Doctor, you have 3 minutes. Doctor, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. I can hear you.
3 minutes, kindly.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. And first of all, I want to start by saying that I'm in Bondo, but NANE NANE I'll be in Nairobi. And as for now, I as somebody who is in Bondo, there's a lot that we are still asking ourselves, and a lot that we need to do, because we need to mobilize our people, those who are going to be there. And I was having a feeling that at least let us not just say that we mobilize people. Let's come out with a strategy. We say that each and every town, we need like 20 people. Wewe jitokeza. You know some of your colleagues. You cannot miss to know a colleague who is close to you, who can help us mobilize about this. Then we work on the transport, logistic from here to Nairobi. And after that, from each and every town, it will not be that difficult. Even logistic is not that hard. We have got so many other alternatives that we can use to get to Nairobi. But each and every town, at least let us have some people, 20 people. I know in this group, in this space, we are like 1,000. 1,000, we can get each and every town at least is represented. These representatives, let them go down back into their own towns. Let's have people, recruit people. We talk to them. We tell them with a common goal. If you're talking about university fee, we have students who are soon going to join university. Thousands of them have dropped out of university because they cannot afford the fees. The Ruto worked with the percentage for the government for the government, writing big huge sum of money that the government was going to pay, and leaving the percentage, stating that only this percentage the parents will pay. But how much does that percentage mean? A course that we used to pay 25,000, now somebody is paying a whole 70, 60,000. And this person, after every 3 months, semester 1, semester 2, the parents are not employed. Wanataka wauze shamba yote ndio kila mtu ndio mtoto amalize shule. After that, kazi tena hakuna. What will you give back to the society? It is not going to be very easy if we don't work out. Another thing, we can also focus on the ID. We cannot replace ID. Even those ID that are being replaced, they are not there. Even those who applied for the ID last year, they have not received them. And we should also cite on corruption. And lastly, Ruto must go with all his rogue government. We should also develop a strategy beyond that, because we know 2027 is there. We can deal with Ruto until he goes, but we also have these fake MPs that betrayed us, that led us to this mess. What should we do about them? I still want to say that we can journey together. Let's go to these high schools. Let's go and mobilize these children. We know they are those from Form 2, Form 3, Form 4, even some Form 1s. They are at the age of getting ID. Let them apply as early as now. Hata wakitaka kukaa nao 1 year, at long run, by 2026 watakuwa wame children. This is the way to go. If they want a better Kenya, we have to go this way. If not, there is nothing that we are going to have. We are going to lose our country. Our country is going, it's already, they already call it a company.
Doctor.
And
Doctor, wind up 3 minutes.
It is not going to be. Thank you. Then I want to say that some people are celebrating of the CS that have been appointed. It is nothing. We have been having so many CSS and we are not feeding, they are not feeding us. We are not eating from their homes. So it is not going to change anything. Just celebrate you are a member of your community or who has been given that post, but it is not going to help you. They will not pay your fees. Your children will need fees, and you will also need fees, food to put for your children who are going to school. Let's wise up. It is time that we go for it. There is no any other time that is left. Otherwise, thank you. Oh, the last thing, there's a boy who was arrested in Bondo that the DCI was circulating his photo. The boy they cornered him. We were there. They cornered him around the market, the entrance of the market. He was not having anything. Then they arrested him immediately. They took him to CIA. That guy, they have charged him. They had nothing to pin him down. Then just for they claimed that he was recording some videos, and we had to do some chango so that he can get 50,000 for to raise for his bond. But the case is still going on. Any lawyer who can get to come in and support us, we will really be grateful. Otherwise, thank you.
So, thank you, Doctor Ndegwa. You can proceed.
Yeah, thank you, KOT. Thank you, fellow comrades and fellow brothers and sisters in the struggle. The fact of the matter is that we are in a struggle and we are in this struggle to stay. And that we are not leaving this struggle until we achieve the objectives of the struggle. I've done a bit of military science when I was doing humanitarian law. And one of the things that the military always do is to identify their objective, they identify their object, they look at it, how they can access with minimal casualties, both the civilian and to the military itself. I think we have a very clarity of mind that our military objective in this case is Mr. William Samoei Ruto. That is our objective. We deal with William Ruto, we shall deal with corruption. We deal with William Ruto, we'll deal with impunity. We deal with we deal with William Ruto, we deal with issues of unaccountability. We deal with William Ruto, we deal and we sort out the entire mess in this country. And I think the roadmap is there. All what we need to do is to get a strategy. And I heard Tadi very well proposing very nice strategies, which I would forthwith endorse. But I have a suggestion that we need to do a precursor to the NANE NANE.
Beshte.
We need to
Beshte
do a
yangu ndio ako
mobilization.
post.
We need to do a mobilization to the NANE NANE Revolution Day. I'm suggesting perhaps we need to do some concerts in all the major cities, which will be perhaps drumming up support for the NANE NANE, so that at the fullness of time, before NANE NANE, everybody knows. Let those artists who can compose songs for us, revolutionary songs, like the ones that are sung in South Africa, let them create those concepts for us. Let them release. Let us have those songs played, revolutionary songs, before the NANE NANE. Number two, or the final one, is that our revolution is constitutionally guided. We have not left the four corners of the Constitution because we are exercising the sovereignty of the people where the elected persons have failed. We are there to replace them. The Constitution was not barren, and it is not barren that Kenyans can just give all their powers to Mr. William Ruto and to his cabinet and to his parliament, and then we are left barren. No, we are not barren. We have one major weapon under Article 1, and everything else from the Constitution flows from Article 1. So, KOT, let's suggest a mobilization strategy where before the NANE NANE, we have mobilization taking place like concerts where we can come and address and all those things. Civic education, we are ready, we are able, we are willing. We have a mammoth of people well endowed in all aspects, be it finance, be it science, be it law, who will appear in those particular processes, like when we have the concerts to give those civic education. Finally, I saw the last on Tuesday, border people being mobilized. We must speak to them with no certain terms. That it's either they are with us or they are not with us. It's either they sail with us or we sink them. We shall not allow them to be used as saboteurs to the cause that we have begun. We need to send out a notice to them that in the next time when they ride those borders to the crowd where we are, I think we shall have been provoked, and we shall respond in self-defense when we have been provoked. They must be told in uncertain terms. And to the run-up to the NANE NANE, we must boycott usage of border in the entire region in the entire region, and most especially in Nairobi. And the reason why we shall be boycotting them is that we shall be making a communication to them that you have been used previously to sabotage our movement, so that then at the fullness of time, they understand that they either move with us or we sink them. Allow me to address only one pertinent issue about the petition that we have filed in court. We have moved the High Court under Article 1, asking the High Court to make a determination whether we can remove Mr. William Ruto through a referendum. That matter is coming up for a mention next week. We are urging as many as we can to join the petition. We are waiting for refuse to take him home. In any case, they have now gone to bed with him. Can we, the people, then take the responsibility of removing him? That is the simplicity of the petition before the High Court. We want people to come and join that petition. We have volunteer lawyers who will volunteer to represent various interest groups, be it the group of the CPAKs, be it the groups of the engineers, be it the groups of doctors, any group. We have volunteer lawyers who want to represent those interests before this constitutional court so that the court can see the weight of the case. Allow me to rest my case at that. And I'm really humbled to have been granted an opportunity to address this distinguished assembly. We are moving on. We are soldiering on. We have we must go for the change. Change is there, change is here, and change will remain with us. And we are not going to relent until we bring accountability into this system. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Viva, viva, viva.
Unajua Njiru amesema viva, nikakumbuka viva. Anyway, the rule still stands. I'll give mic to people who have risen up their hands. Bwana, acha nikuambie kitu. Wanaume mkiamka asubuhi, ile kitu pia inakuanga na katasi ya kuinuka juu, kuwaonyesha it is time now to wake up from bed. Inakupea direction. Inakuambia sasa unaweza toka. Hiyo inaitwa manners. So we should have manners and raise up our hands. Kama wale watu wada raise hands, Esther, you know the drill. Tutawadrop tu pale chini, watarudika wanajua kuinua mikono. So this is how we will speak. And guys, I want to minimize time because we have a lot of speakers. How will we minimize that time? Tukiacha kuongelea the road na tuongelee how we will occupy. How can we occupy? Tumeongelea hii the road daily, tumeongelea sijui Ruto ameiba nini. Hiyo sahi si important. Sahi ni how will we get? What strategy are we going to use? Ndego, I agree with that thing ya kutumia boda notice. watu, I was thinking of the same. Tunafaa tuwatumie notice as early as next week on Monday and tell them anytime bodabodas wanaoccupy maandamano yetu, we will not be left with anything either to burn down their motorcycles, because we cannot be fighting for them to have better lives and them they are taking handouts of 500 Kenya shillings. Mimi nitakuwa very honest, 500 shillings siwezi nisaidia in a day, let even 1,000, it can't help me in a day. And that's why me I'm fighting, because I know there are better things out here that we as Kenyans can get if we have systems that will be working. Hii unemployment hatufai kuwa tukiongelea. So Ndegwa, I agree with your point. So guys, we'll go with advice, that is Kevo. Then we'll have the Rock, Rock, the Clinician, Devi, Buckley, Owala, DK Lemain, Mariate, then we will finish with the Kikombe. So guys, mi nitapunguza time 2 minutes each, tukue brief, tuongele how you will occupy and best strategies. Thank you. Kevo.
Spaces that we discuss on how we are doing or how we are going forward with our movement, rather than kuama sana kuangalia discuss the deeds of the government. So tukienda kwa story ya tarehe 8, mimi strategy yangu yenye ningependa kuwaomba muangalie in terms of mobilize watu is number 1 that we should realize that now the game has shifted from whatever we were doing to something bigger, and we need to up our game a little bit. Ukiangalia zile vitu zenye million for our brothers and sisters wenye wameumia, it will not hurt us to raise 1 million more to be able to mobilize for that particular day. It is high time we bring on board watu kawa ule treasurer wetu anaitwa Hanifa, tujaze ile kikapu yake, ama tukuje na mtu mwingine another Hanifa, tujaze kikapu ya hiyo siku, because we will need money ku bring watu kutoka vijijini wakuje. That is something that we should also discuss. And tunaweza shindwa kuenda kupatia individuals pesa, tunaweza liaise na SACCOs. Tuseme for instance, kama ni area kama Meru, tunaenda kwa SACCO maybe luxury, tunawaambia matatu 10 zitakuja na watu specific, au watu tujue watakuja watu kwa hizo matatu 10. Tuende kama ni Nakuru, tuende 2NK, tuseme watu matatu zingine 5 ama 10 tarehe 8 tutakuwa na wasee. Number 2, hiyo tarehe 8 lazima tumeinvite watu wenye wanasai nahitaji some muscle from somewhere. Yeah, that influencers kina KOT kina Kimuzi wakuje pamoja, na ni kama clearly hawataki, because mimi nilijitolea hadi nikaingia kwa DMs zao, hakuna mwenye alikuwa willing to. So it is high time to let kina Madhakarua in, kina Kalonzo in. Na nielewa, yes, we know what we want. We want to change the political class, but at least they are with what we want. Mnanielewa? Sio wao ndio tutafront as our leaders, but we need them to bring in their muscle in terms of propagating whatever we are fighting for. Number 3, lazima tukuje together, watu wakuje pamoja, hawa influencers wenye nimetaja, kwa sababu ya hiyo siku kupatia watu confidence, number 1. na kumobilize watu wenye watasaidia logistics, watu wenye watakuja na maji, watu wenye watakuja na molotov concussions, kwa sababu it is my opinion that hawa watu wenye wanatu abduct, hawa watu wenye wanatuua, serikali imesema haiwajui, imesema sio polisi. So sisi tunapaswa kudeal na wao kama criminals, tunapaswa kudeal na wao kama venye tuna deal na wezi kwa maandamano. Polisi amevalia uniform, hatuna shida na yeye, lakini number plate, gari haina number plate, mtu amejifunika mask, huyo anapaswa ashughulikiwe kama any other criminal mwenye amekuja kudisrupt maandamano. Watu wa bodaboda pia wao wanapaswa kuwekwa kwa hiyo kikundi, because tell me why umelipwa kukuja kudisrupt maandamano and instead doing it in a more civil manner, you choose kuibia watu, you choose to throw stones.
Before I end up,
So I think with that tutakuwa na successful day na tutakuwa tumemake a statement. Wacha tuende State House, wacha tukuwe na hiyo lunch yenye amekuwa tikituitia, tumwambie sisi venye tunataka kama employers wake, and that's all I want to say.
shukran Bundi, shukran Bundi. Hapo kwa Matakarua tutaongea, lakini as for me I'll say sorry guys, just had to answer Bundi on this. I'll say if Matakarua wants to join the movement, let her mobilize her people to go to the streets without coming to try and get credit on this movement. Oh, the same should apply to Kalonzo. Instead of saying there I'm siding with these people, wakati watu wanaongelea na nane, let him tell people to go and occupy State House. Let him use whatever he can use to support the movement without him joining the movement at the moment. Sisi hatutaki hawa allies wenye wanakutaka kuchukua, they want to come here for positions. We don't want positions. Let us get it. Let us make these people know that we don't want positions. We want good governance. Let them know that we want to kill corruption. That is what they should know. Anyway, the next speaker, 2 minutes kindly. Let's make it quick. Kama ni repetition, I think I'll stop wale watu watakuwa na repeat, because I want to have all the 50 mic requests to speak. Nataka to keep it faster so that we can have as many speakers as possible. KOT, kindly write all opinions that are happening with Esther, so that when we start having this conversation somewhere else, we have these things on the table and we can front them for such. Okay, proceed, next speaker.
Hello.
Rock.
Yes.
You are the next speaker.
Okay. Thank you so much for having me. Actually, this is the first time that I'm speaking.
Huyo ni kama hataki kuongea.
Hello.
Dekli.
Hello.
Right.
The
Yes. Hi, everyone. How are you? Hope everyone is okay. So mine, I think I'll keep it a bit brief, since I can see we are tending to repeat a lot of the things. Mi kitu ya kwanza naweza appreciate ni if the movement inaweza decide kukua tu na mpangilio, in the sense that I can see sometimes wase wanasema to occupy State House, saa zingine unasikia tunaenda tuna occupy sijui hiyo place ya ID. I think if we have one voice itakuwa much better for us, and the two places mi naweza vouch for, it's either State House ama kama nile ya kusleep huko over without moving is in terms of civic education. Sijui kama mlikuwa mmenotice zile posters ule Mike Mushiri alikuwa na post zenye alikuwa anaonyesha Murkomen sijui na watch yake what that amount of money can do. Kitu ingine ni pia kupush the fact that it's not just a Gen Z movement. We need now to incorporate everyone. Tuache tu kusema ati Gen Z juu huku nje unasikia tu watu wakisema ati Gen Z. I think we need to come up with a way to involve ama to include everyone. Na sana sana hii Gen X na wazazi wetu wanapatikananga kwa church. So I don't know, ule mse mwenye alikuwa anaongea story za church niliona ni kama siku hizi haongei sana kwa timeline ama Twitter. Maybe someone else can take up on how we can like educate these other generations huko kwa church. Juu wengi wao wako huko kwa church. Kitu ingine ni maybe tactic ya hiyo siku ya nane kenye nilikuwa naona, I don't know if you saw, there was someone who posted this story ya UK, the way they are really ati wakiarrest hiyo msetu anaji, like it was called a being floppy, like inahitaji macops kama 3-4 wakuja wakubebe ndio uingishe huko ndani ya hiyo gari. So it could be a tactic, instead of we kutembea ujilegeze tu hapo chini ndio wengi wao waweze kuja hapo, then guys can come help you out instead ya kukaa nika una cooperate ukichukuliwa na watu haujui. Another thing is niliona huko, I think it was in China, ama wakiandamana wakitupiwa the tear gas, they used to have these cones hizi za kuwekwa kwa barabara, wanaifunika wanamwaga maji hapo ndani na hiyo tear gas inatulia. Haya, another point nilikuwa nasema we can try hiyo day ya the nane ama in any other maandamano day, we try to kuje mapema. Tuachi historia ya kukam sijui lunchtime, afternoon. That's why ninaona ni kama zile places pole kwa watu kama Githurai na huko Zimmerman walikuwa wanapata hiyo time ya giza na polisi wana take advantage to instill fear. Juu by the time watu wanasema ni time ya kwenda home, definitely giza itakuwa imewapata. So we need to rise up early, kama vile tuliona huko India watu walikuwa wanaanzia mapema ndio best. Historia ya kukaa maandamano afternoon ni kapi na cost wase wengine.
Eli, 2 minutes, strictly 2 minutes. 11:34, I'll cut you. 9:34, I'll cut you, Rock.
Okay, thank you so much for having me. I'm grateful for the opportunity. Okay, I did my own research and I realized that Mr. Ruto won the elections because greatly he encaptured the convictions of the people, mostly the Christians. So you would come to church and you would quote verses from the Bible, and Kenyans and Christians forgot that even the devil quoted telling Jesus that it is written. So I think we are supposed to use the platform, the church platform, so that we can deplatform him. We should stand and speak against him, because if we continue giving him an opportunity to speak in the church, that man is able to mobilize, is able to persuade, and is able to convince. So I think even in our churches, we should take that mantle and opportunity, we as the people who have been enlightened, and teach people that what is happening in our country. And these bonda people, what we should do, you see, even the Bible by itself, it says that the borrower is a slave to the lender. So we should teach these people. We should show that we are supposed to show them that they need not to eat the crumbs, whereas there is bread. So I think if we talk and we try to convince and persuade them, I think we can get the momentum. Then concerning the 8th, I think in any battle, number and Viva and a luta continua.
So 2 minutes. I'm all for all this conversation about if that post is true ama ni mambo ya serikali. So there is need for us to have one form of communication and a way of communication ama tujue what communication is true or fake. For example, the Uhuru Park failure. Kuna watu I remember that day kuna space ilikuwa watu wakasema what information to follow. So there's someone who had talked about sitting down, which is a good idea, which should be explored. So as a form of protest going there, and it's something that has happened. If you read your history books about peaceful protests, these things have happened, and we can borrow. And getting advice even from older generations is no problem. And whoever wants to form a political ministry alisema unaweza enda uform yako, which I think is okay. It's anyway someone's position. So hiyo day, are people going to sleep in Airbnbs au kutoka kama uko na ushago when they come to Nairobi? Where will they sleep? Or are people going to camp on the street? That's a question. Okay, when that happens, do we then again, for example, like I know I can get in touch with people of Airbnb because I think I have a number, so a organization, so we can always get a discount for large groups. So what is the how will this happen? And obviously we cannot come on the 8th and we cannot come on the 7th usiku kwa sababu serikali wako hapa wanasikia na tayari wanajua kenye watafanya. So we have to think up, we have to think wide, and that is it. I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Buckley. We'll go to Maria. Yeah. Mariette, are you speaking? Kioti, can you hear? Esther, unaweza musikia or Ndegwa? Ama mimi ndo mic yangu imedrop.
Hata mimi simsikii 6000.
Okay. Marietta, we can't hear you. You can drop and come back. Oala?
Hi. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Now we are just on the planning phase. We all know what Ruto has done and all his ills. So this is what we need to do. Let us hit the ground and mobilize. And let us mobilize in all sub-counties. For example, in Seme sub-county where I come from Kisumu County, we already have 17 confirmed people who are going to travel at their own cost. They do not need facilitation or anything. These are people who are going to travel to Nairobi on the 6th, and they are going to wait for the demonstration on the 8th. I am requesting the people who are in Nairobi, please, let us accommodate people who come from the countryside, because some of them may not be able to afford to keep themselves there, but they want to take part in this movement. So if you are able, we are hosting strangers for a good cause, and let us ensure that they are safe when they arrive in Nairobi. Once we hit the street on 8th, we are not going back home. We are going to camp there. So even the people who are in Nairobi, please let everybody prepare for how we are going to stay wherever we are. Our main shortcoming has been, we say we are going to occupy, but when we go there, we visit and go back home. Then we give the government time to prepare for when we visit next. So it becomes an easy ride for them. When we say we are going to occupy State House or occupy JKIA, and on 8th we are going to State House, let us know we are going to State House and we are not coming back. If we do not reach State House on 8th, We stay wherever we are with the progress that we have made, and we proceed with that progress the next morning. We do not go and come back, then the next day we want to start again from Avenue. It is very difficult to start from town again heading towards State House if, for example, you've that case from Bondo as well. If there are lawyers story and help that boy secure his freedom, because he was arrested during the protests. And that guy from Bondo as well, if places which are far away, we can coordinate on the mobilization, which we are already hitting the. Let us proceed this way so that when we hit the streets on 8th, we are a multitude. That is the only way we will be secure from Ruto's mafia, which is the police. If we are only 500 or 1,000 like we've been doing, we are not going to manage. So mobilize and mobilize and mobilize. That is the only way. Focus on everybody. Don't only go to borders and all. Everybody. This is a good cause, and even people who are financially stable know that we are fighting for something.
Thank you, Ola. You're a true one. Ola has been on this street since day one. He has traveled to Nairobi uh, on such instances. So let's keep fighting. KOT, I have an idea, and that is in terms of traveling. I know I can just say we can partner with bus stations and pay fare in advance. That is vehicles zenye zina travel, pay fare in advance. Wale wanakuja tu and fro. We are not sending money to somebody's account. We are paying to a certain bus stations or shuttles, na wanabeba comrades wanakuja, then wanawarudisha. It becomes easier like that for accountability. So I know we will get behind the tent and we will come back with such nini. DK, your 2 minutes zimeanza.
Thank you so much, 6,000 and QT. Comrades, my fellow comrades, I think I will take a minute or maybe 90 seconds if I will take more. So let us not be repetitive on our contributions. To start with, as we plan to occupy State House on that day, let's make sure that we carry placards and be leaders from our respective localities that we plan to travel on that day. Number two, I must say that we are doomed to fail if we can't have a structure in the next 1 month to lead this movement, because which really social metrics I can maybe refer you to read my articles in the Washington Post. I think you can be on liberations in Africa. really soldier on, and let's be let's be leaders of our movement, all of us. But I really insist that we must have a structure to lead this movement. However much we might differ on that, I think that is my submission. So thank you, KOT 6000, and all members.
Okay, thank you, DK. So, Ndegwa, there is somebody, people have addressed this issue.
Thank you, Six Southside. Certainly, I only need to get the data, and I shall organize on how he is going to be represented from the pool of our volunteer lawyers. Let it be known to all and sundry that we have no is notification of where and when and who is affected, and we shall appear on pro bono basis. So I'll send my number so that perhaps anybody who might want to reach out can reach out. My number is 0. Even making any type of expression. To make it difficult for him to address the crowd. I'm still available for consultation.
Okay, if you need legal question, Ndegwa Njiru is here. He will address. that those watu wa Bondo
Guys, this movement is going. It's already started.
As far as NANE NANE is concerned, I think the message is clear. All we need to do, which we still have to emphasize, there's one of us said earlier that he has tried to reach out to the others, because when we met here yesterday, one of the proposals that we made is that if NANE NANE is supposed to be a success, then we needed to find a way of unifying the spaces that we have been having, so that if possible, prior to NANE NANE, we have a uniform, we harmonize. We don't say we are going to occupy State House, then some people, there's another space saying we are going to occupy CBD. Like it happened when we were going to JKIA, another group was actively mobilizing for Occupy CBD. The net effect was that the CBD had a few people and then the others were on the other side. That way we cannot achieve much. So I think, I don't know what we are going to do. Maybe we need to link up with that gentleman and try to find out how is it that we can convince these people, so that at least we are not saying that we kill all these spaces. These individual spaces are good for mobilization, but just meant yesterday when I suggested that going forward we need to find a way of organizing, structuring, so that we can have a big revolution that brings together the revolution becomes the umbrella, and its spirit guides every wing. It guides the artists into passing the revolutionary messages through art. It guides the civil society, which becomes the Occupy wing, into the revolutionary spirit guides that wing of the revolution, and that will bring all of us together. It guides the legal wing to be able to fight for issues constitutional, issues to do with the rights of people who have been arrested, abducted, killed, and injured. It guides the professionals, different professional organizations who will be bringing in intellect, mobilizing from different professions so that we can go on. It guides a structured welfare wing that takes care of members who have been bereaved, our members who have been injured, so that we don't find ourselves in a situation where we come up with a noble initiative like what Hanifa is running to be able to assist our members, but then people who have been bought left, right, and center will take it up and start raising a lot of issues. I was pained last week when I was seeing people saying, oh, Hanifa is in a Kayad, he's buying 2 cars. How can somebody come up with that? If we had a structured wing, welfare wing that deals with those issues, that has the blessings under this umbrella revolution, nobody will come up with those outrageous allegations that do not achieve much, but just ruining the spirit of the revolution. I was really pained when I saw those things going forward. That revolutionary umbrella spirit will guide all these things. Students, we have students from all these campuses and colleges and all these wings. We need to have representation in those areas. If when we centralize and organize, we have all these as different wings of the revolution. So the Occupy movement is the umbrella that brings us together. When we are going into this to occupy somewhere, all these wings come together. And then we do what we are able to do in a bigger way that will achieve meaningful change. And we remember yesterday I said, for us to achieve meaningful change, that meaningful change also means ensuring that in the next possible time we have an opportunity to go back to the ballot, is to ensure that we empower young people, we empower people of integrity to be able to get into those spaces of power. Because we are fighting people who have stolen from us. They have money. They are also, these people also have several articles of the Constitution by which we delegated our power to them. So we find ourselves in a very difficult situation. So we must be able to also fight them in all wings. As we fight them on the streets, we fight them through art, we fight them through all wings. We need to fight them also politically to ensure that the next time we go to the election, we have a good number of people who can make better decisions in those houses of parliament. So that is my rallying call. Let us not tire. Let us organize. Let us unify. That person who tried to reach out to the other spaces and it did not work, please let's add pressure. Let's link up and find out how can we do it in a better way, so that prior to NANE NANE, all people, if you know you are supporting this revolution and you want to come for NANE NANE, hakuna haja uende JKA when we are going to state house, ama uende CBD when we say we are going to JKIA. Let us try again. I believe and I'm optimistic that we should be able to achieve, so that we harmonize and go into NANE NANE together. Thank you.
Thank you, Daktari, for that submission. Aha. Now I'll tell you guys, it is easier mkifollow watu. You know, if you follow the host and follow the co-host, na unasikia Ndegu hapa amesema yatawapatia free representation. Na utaki kumfollow and you will need a lawyer if something happens. Hata si wakati wa hii movement, after movement makosa inaweza fanyika mahali umedivorce na unataka lawyer. Haufai kuenda mbali. Ndegwa yuko hapa atakurepresent. You can agree and agree on a fair price. Na we utaki kufollow watu, unataka engineer na KOT yako hapa. You want a strategist and I'm here. You know we we are. It's not just the with the movement.
Hello.
6000 anasema umpatie time, kuna kitu anafanya, just give
Yeah.
speaker to someone else.
Yeah.
Okay, wacha ni mdrop alafu arudi juu hata simsikii. Luis Derrick.
Thank you. Sijui kama unanipata. Am I audible? All right.
Yes, I can
I have
hear you.
just okay. Thank you. Thank you so much for the space. I just have a few things maybe to point out. I believe we have young people in all the government sectors and the private sectors. For example, NIS tuko na watu, kwa military tuko na wase. In media we have people. So one of the things maybe I'm proposing is, are we able to liaise with representatives from these sectors who can centralize information? I like the way the lawyers have done their part, and also the medics. But we still need information at the same time, because intelligence from their end. What is happening? What are they planning? What is the action that they are going to take in case this happens? So if we can be able to centralize and get that information, it will be easy for us to mobilize and work together to achieve our goal. Sorry. Number two, the second thing, I think they have been addressed by one person who was speaking here. I was so pissed off with the border guys and the way they are behaving. So I think it's time we take an action on those guys. Let's give them, let's send them a letter. Ukipanda border between now and NANE NANE, speak to that border guy. Mwambie, by the way, we need you guys to style up. You are either with us or you're against with us. Si tukikupata wakati tunafanya maandamano, we'll be able to deal with you. We'll be able to accordingly, and we put you into your place. Number three, unity of space. I really want to support what someone said here. Kina Kimuzi, Kina Boniface Mwangi, Kina Hanifa. Can these people come together so that we are having unity of purpose? We are speaking one language. Kitu ili to fail, by the way, what has failed us, I can say, is it reached a point you find someone is fighting with another person on the same space, and then the government bloggers, they pick that information and then they amplify it as a propaganda. So are we able to have unity of purpose? The enemy is not Hanifa, the enemy is not Boniface, the enemy is Ruto. That is the person we are fighting. So are we able to put down our difference and work towards one cause? The second thing maybe I'm going to put is, young people, we have art and we have creativity. Let's bring out our creativity and speak against this evil. We may not win it, all of us, through demonstration kwa barabara, but your people can go to studios, your people can do Ruto thrives on propaganda. Let us give him the same medicine. Let us bring out that propaganda outside. It might be small, but we amplify. He's having bloggers who are really coming up with a very weird propaganda against even these people that are running these spaces. So why are we silent? And we have the technology, we have the ability. Let us go his way. If he throws one, I will ask here is, are we able to have representatives, even if they are coming to our media spaces to speak? What are they coming to say? Are they going to speak on behalf of the young people, or they're going to speak on behalf of themselves? Because some of them wanakuja studio and then unasikia venye wanaongea, unasikia wazimie hiyo mic and you just get pissed off. So when you are giving these spaces, even us who are in media spaces, we want to serve from where we are. Tutafute opportunities, tuita guests wakuje, let them amplify the message. But what are they saying? Are we able to really advise and talk and tell them, please, ukikuja kuongea, hii ndio script, hii ndio direction. Use your own words, but this is where we are going. I beg to end there, but I believe in this and we are going to win. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Derek. SQ.
KOT for hosting this space. Okay, for me, I'll be very brief because I'll just stick to the topic. How do you occupy? One thing I'll tell you is that barabara za kwenda State House si barabara moja. So let us make sure we occupy all these major roads going to State House. And going to State House, it's not that you're going to do a coup. Even in the United States, watu shinda wameoccupy hiyo Pennsylvania, mali White House iko. So there's no sin you're doing here. We're just exercising our constitutional right. So let us stick to that. That zetu zenye Raila anapata, so we have all right kumwambia anafanya kitu ya ufala kuja on the other side, but that does not mean that I join side yetu, because personally I'm really against us bringing politicians to these platforms. Juzi tuliostapa Martha Karua, I don't think is there any new thing that we learn from her. If the movement was ours, let it be ours. Let us stop bringing these faces zenye zimekuwa kwa politics akina Martha Karua, oh, in the name of what and what and what. No, hapana. Sisi vile tulisema ni sisi yetu, let it be a Gen Z movement to the end until we achieve kenye tumekuwa tukitaka. Ni hayo tu kwa sasa. 6000.
Thank you. Alois.
Yes. How are you? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, KOT. Thank you, 6000, for giving this opportunity. What I want to say is that you must now be aware that there are some X spaces that are being sponsored by the enemy. So we must be aware of that, such X spaces. Number 2, on transport. When we were booking, I had 6000 saying that we go to transport organizations or buses. That's a very good, excellent idea. But when you are doing that, let us not disclose to them what kind of passengers they are going to carry, because the government can compel them to cancel the bookings. And then number 3, let us be very focused on what we want. We have been focused on State House, yes. But I always repeat that our problem also is on the service delivery. Who are these people who are in charge of service deliveries? Who is the commissioner of KRA? Who is the manager Kenya Power? Who is the CEO of this organization that is making us not get the services? As we talk about going to occupy somewhere, we can also talk about occupying these particular organizations. Like last time it was KA. That was a very good idea, because those are the areas that we get the services that is affecting the whole republic. Then how does the broad-based government affect us? We need to discuss that, because people just think that what is happening is politics. It is not just politics. We are concerned about service delivery. We are concerned about employment. We are concerned about injustices that has happened in this country. And we are just not concerned about the cabinet or they may think just about the cabinet. As we talk today, the PSS are still intact. Nobody's talking about them. And these are the people who are implementing policies of bad governance. So we should also identify these people by name, so that we also call them by name. Sometimes you call somebody by name, he will revisit himself, he'll have a meeting with himself and have something that, what is it about myself? What is it about my organization? What is it about my parastatal? I was giving an example. It's very good that Wakili Ndegwa is here. If you look at the Employment Act, for example, the Employment Act provides that you can go to court if you are unfairly terminated. But that act again says that you cannot be reinstated if it is 3 years later. Well, these 3 years is caused by the delays in the judiciary. This act again says that you cannot be compensated to unfair termination. But what do they say? After all, maximum compensation is 12 months. So if he has calculated to your 40,000 times 12 months is less than 600,000, and he has done away with you. So we should look at also at the legal issues that also affect the common mwananchi. Otherwise, thank you very much, KOT. Thank you very much, Esther and Six.
You're welcome, Alois Sadiq.
Yeah, hello guys. Nimefurahi sana kupata hii nafasi ya kuzungumza katika hii space. Hopeful mnanisikia. Hello. Hello.
Bwana, nimekuwekea mia na kupata.
Mimi kitu najaribu kuongea ni kwamba tuwe na kuhamasishana kwa nguvu, because what I have seen today from Honorable Raila Odinga akiaddress watu kwamba we have dialogue. I think we have had dialogue in this country since 1997. We have had a lot of issues, concerning our country. For example, nikisema kuna Anglo-leasing, kuna Goldenberg, kuna NYS1, NYS2. People have looted this country up to death. Now they have seen that the Gen Z have woken up. Wanajua what is going on in the country. Now you have seen the political class. They are grouping themselves, kunyamazisha the incoming generation to make this revolution. Ukiangalia for example, naweza nikawapatia mfano mzuri tu. Joho ni mtu anatoka Mombasa, ni mtu wa kwetu Mombasa. You can see how this guy, how stupidity he is, kwamba amekuwa akimkashifu Ruto from the word go. Now imekuja inafika mahali akasema kwamba hawezi kwa kumfuata Ruto, atampatia nini? Atampatia wheelbarrow. All of those kind of manners, akatoa kwenye vyombo vya habari. And the same time now ameenda Ruto anakuwa boss wake. So unajua these people, they are there to play with our minds. So whatever we have decided, if it is to occupy State House, let it make it be real. Kwa sababu nikuwapatia mfano mzuri tu kama Bangladesh. You have seen these people from Bangladesh. Wameamua kwamba liwe liwalo, but we have to succeed on our mission. Failure to that, guys, we are going to pay a very heavy price from this regime. So we should not relent. Lazima to focus na tujue exactly kama nane tumeamua watu wanaenda State House, we have to structure ni wapi tunaonana and how are we going to match it, and we make that move very bold. Otherwise we are going to pay a very huge price, because these people, they are looking nkina nani ambao baadaye tukishatulia wataweza kuangalia. Okay, they have videos, they have everything, and this government, they have this National Security Intelligence Services, wanaweza kufuata watu tu wakawaadapt, wakawafanya lolote ile wanataka kuwafanya. So this move, it must be very bold, and we have to be very focused, because we have seen clearly. Kwa sababu kama ni Raila Odinga, I can feel very bad, for these our brothers and sisters from Luo Nyanza. They have been butchered since 1997. Tukaja election 2007. Tukaja 2012 Uhuru Ruto. I remember one day when Raila Odinga was coming from abroad. I don't know where, it was US, I think, like that. Kina Babu Wino, kina Gladys Wanga, Honorable Gladys Wanga, they headed to airport to welcome him. But you see exactly what happened there. Now Raila Odinga is a man whereby anamobilize watu. At the time, the people yani ama watu wako karibu na kuachieve that mission, this guy is pulling back. I don't know what is the idea ambayo yuko nayo. So unakuta these people, they are there now to safeguard their families, to safeguard their businesses, and to have their political interest. So we have to be very strategic, na ni lazima tujue hii mission itaenda kufollow, because we have, kama Raila Odinga anasema this thing of Ruto must go, we cannot go that way. And the same person Raila, after the very election alinyamaza na akaja kwenye podiums akawasimama na kuzungumza kwamba Ruto must go. Mimi nataka kuambia kitu kimoja, amani haiji kwa ile nchi ya upanga. Amani haiji kwa ile nchi ya upanga. Lazima to sacrifice if you want to liberate this country, if you want to change this country, lazima tusimame kama sisi, kwa sababu hakuna mtu yoyote. We have seen clearly these people now they are regrouping, political class wana regroup themselves to safeguard their families, to media, and the way he's doing now totally different. So these people, political class, wanajuana. If we give them chances, these people, they will going to crush us into death. They will going to crush us totally in totality. So guys, I urge you people, from Mombasa, people will come. They have their families in Nairobi. They will come there. We will come in large numbers. And we want to know, from which point are we going to gather? So that we can march from there and straightforward had that mission. Kama tunaenda State House, we have to make that march and go straight forward. These people, they cannot kill all of us at once. They cannot take their machine guns and whatever they will have, rifles, and start shooting us blindly. No, the world is watching. The world is watching. So guys, mimi kitu nasema lazima tuwe na msimamo. Kwa sababu the moment tunaenda tukifall back, mkumbuke this regime wana reorganize themselves. Unaona, when they are reorganizing themselves, at the time they are coming very strong on us. So we have to be very focused of what we are going to do, and we have to make sure that our mission is successful. That's all I can say. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and inshallah, God willing, that day on 8th of August, we have to make it very successful, guys. We don't have to give these people chances. We are giving them test. That's why we are going to vote for them. We elect them to serve this country with dignity, with honor. We cannot, they are saying that they need peace. Peace, we have been at peace in our country. What we need is justice. Nobody is handling justice. Hakuna mtu anaenda kwenye kanisa kuzungumza justice. Ukiangalia watu wanakuja kwenye interviews wanasema tunataka amani. Amani imekuwako since independence. What we are lacking in our country is justice. Justice is not available. Ukiangalia, Msando was killed five days to the election. Jacob Juma was killed. So you can ask yourself, where is justice? Hakuna justice imepatikana up to now. So that is the biggest thing this political class they are fearing now. Hakuna mtu anaweza justice. How much can one buy justice? So we have to stand firm, guys. We have to make this mission successful, and inshallah Ruto will go. We have to be very bold, and we have to show this government a middle finger.
Asante sana Sadiq. Let's have Mama.
Yes, thanks for this opportunity. The thing I can say is that if we are going to occupy, we need to have an agenda. For example, when you had the finance bill, you remember there was an issue of the increase of Brent and the sanitary towels. So that idea got to everybody's mind. When you are marching there, we are marching because of accountability. Sidio? So it is accountability on what? For example, we get an agenda like education. You see this government, there is something we call capitation. Hey pesa, they always release it 2 months after the schools open. We are now closing schools for that term. If we go into the streets and say, no school will open and we are not leaving schools until the money is put into the accounts of the schools. You see, this is an agenda that touches on everybody. We are seeking accountability on education, isn't it? You look like on something like employment of teachers. There are no teachers in schools from nursery school, primary to junior secondary. Do your statistics. You'll find that there is a BOM teacher in every institution being paid by parents. Why are we paying taxes if the government cannot pay teachers? These people are so poor. So what we are doing in essence is that we are enlarging the gap between the haves and the have-nots. Their children can get quality education because they're able to pay, but the children of the poor who are in the public schools cannot get quality education, and they'll do the same exam. Is that fair? It's not. You go to something like hospitals, that is on education or health services. Can someone tell us, or who is the president, the buck stops with him, why do we have a private wing at our national referral hospital? Why do we have that? When you go na huna pesa, unaenda into the public place, utafanyiwa operation or whatever after 2 months or 1 month or 2 weeks. Ukiwa na pesa ukienda private wing, unafanyiwa operation the following day. The doctors are in that hospital. The things you are using are in that hospital. Pesa, huyo mtu akona mshahara, alafu umemlipa privately. Na sio pesa kidogo, ni pesa mingi. Then, these doctors, they do not stay there. They have their private hospitals. So every time you go to the hospital, there are no doctors. Why is it that, I've just used Kenyatta as an example. Go into any other hospital. Utapata daktari anakuja a very few minutes kupitia alafu anarudi hospitali yake. So they occupy, they are employed by the government, they are being paid, and they have their private space, their private hospitals. Ndego, I can see him there, will tell you, huwezi kuwa attorney general office, ama ukue DPP, ama ukue magistrate, na pia uko na ofisi yako, private practice. Can we get things right? These people working for the government and they have their private practice in hospitals, they are making it very difficult for Kenyans. We get such agendas so that when we are marching there, hatuendi tu kusema atoke. Tunaenda kumwambia we are annoyed, we are fed up, because as the head of as the father of this nation, you have been in charge of children being neglected. Hii pesa watoto wanapewa, ukirudi hapo, ile pesa Kibaki alipeana 2003, 1420 ndio watoto wanapewa mpaka saa hii. Ni mtoto gani atasoma mwaka mzima with 1420 shillings for a whole year? Alafu hiyo pesa haikuja at the right time. We get such agendas that will pull the crowd. Vile tu wanasema majenzi an agenda for finance bill, we get the accountability is on what? Is it on education? Is it on medication? Is it on something else? The services we are getting from the government, because that's where our tax is used. Once we have those things itemized, we can even have people like RSK do a letter to the president telling him pesa ya shule kama haitaingia by the time they are opening, no school is opening, and then sisi tuko kwa street. You see, they'll get the agenda is serious, it's not a joke. This agenda can still be pushed through the churches. I've seen the head of the Catholic bishops today saying the dialogue Ruto is asking is the best thing. We should not petition the president to be removed. Hawa makanisa wanafaa wajue hata wao tunawapatia tithes. We use the same forum kupitisha hiyo barua through them. Waambie president we are in the streets because we are not getting these services. Kama hatutapata these services, we are not leaving the streets. We are going to occupy until you give us what we are asking for. And hatutaki cheo. They are asking for our leaders so that they can bribe them the way they have been bribing the other people. So I think we need to get our agenda right. Asante. That's for this forum.
Asante sana Mama Girls. Let's have Masha and then we'll have Ndegwa maybe stress on what Mama Girls was speaking on. Masha, go ahead. Masha, are you in? Masha? Okay. Let's have Ndegwa stress on what Mama Girls was talking on.
Thank you very much, and I love the conversation that we're having. It is proves to me that people are resolved to effecting the necessary change that we need. I believe those are some of the issues that are rising, and they are issues that are actually ailing all the sectors in this country. We have been very focused on isolating issues, and we have said that the first thing we must do so that we may not get digressed is to get William Ruto from State House by all means necessary. Mama Girls is quite right in her analysis that we should be able to push these revolutions and this struggle to other sectors. For example, if we were to say that schools will not open until such an objective is done or capitation is sent to schools, we only need to invite the teachers to mobilize them so that at least they may also join in the struggle. We are fortunate enough that we have various sectors that are well organized, either in associations or in unions. So when time comes, we shall click the right button at the right time so that at the moment we remain focused. Ruto carries all these baggages. If there is no capitation, William Ruto. If there is no medicine in the hospitals, William Ruto. Everything rests at William Ruto's desk or door. So at the appropriate time, I believe we'll be able to click each button for each organization, for each sector. But as per now, we are marching on or on NANE NANE, marching a march to speak and dramatize against the incompetence of Mr. William Samuel Ruto. So as per now, I urge members that we focus and stay put. A strategy must also come out that will make sure that the water cannons will not get where we shall be. So we need to get a strategy that will make it difficult for the water cannons to move freely. We also need to identify where they go for refilling of this water. Where do they go for refilling? So that we know once a truck leaves and it exhausts its content, it will not be able to get to where to where to the place where it will be refilled, or they will not even be able to get to where we shall be at all. That strategy that was spoken previously about getting to town, winning small wins at a time, we must not lose the wins that we have gained. So if we are marching on NANE NANE, if we are going on NANE NANE, there is no going back until we meet the march of the mark of victory. So on that day, people must come warm, ready to stay. People must support us with food, with water. All those things must be done so that we don't lose the gains that we shall have made on the NANE NANE on the 8th of 8th. I agree with Mama Girls entirely, but we stay focused, when we are going to school, we'll click that button at that particular time. Thank you.
Asante sana Ndegwa. Let's have Ace. Ace, are you present? Okay. Chairman, are you present?
Yeah, brother.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mimi yangu ilikuwa ni maswali tu kidogo, because nimesikia watu wakilalamika about bodaboda, na mimi yule mmoja wa bodaboda hapa
Kindly be near your
Nairobi.
speaker. You're far away. We are struggling to hear you. Kindly be near your speaker or your mic.
Nasema nimesikia watu wakiongea about bodaboda, na mimi ni mmoja wa wale bodaboda hapa town, na nikasikia wakisema maybe wata avoid kutumia bodaboda ama sijui nini. But maoni yangu ni bodaboda yenye alikuja kusumbua waandamanaji ama wenye alipo kukuja kudisturb watu wenye wanaandamana, wale walikuwa grupu ya niseme ni goons wenye wamekuwa hired na serikali kuja kusumbua watu wenye waandamana. But mimi naenda maandamano na grupu yangu, tukienda kuandamana kwa sababu ya shida yetu ama kwa sababu ya serikali imetufinya. Si bodaboda wote wanaenda kusumbua watu wenye wanaandamana. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa maoni yangu ama maswali yangu.
Asante sana, Chairman. I think I saw Chairman wa Boda Boda. Asante sana. Next time ensure that you're near your maybe your mic or speaker. You have a base, so it needs to be a little bit hard, very clearly. Ace, go ahead, and then Joseph.
Sawa.
Ace, I'm calling you. Maybe you're not present, so I might drop you.
Can you hear me?
Here, go ahead.
Yeah, asante sana. Mimi nataka kuencourage watu wote wenye wako kwa hii movement by saying the following. Venye hii movement ilianza, this movement in itself has a life of its own. Hii ni movement very organic. It doesn't, haitamata hata politician mwenye atakuja kupatiwa platform. It's gonna be impossible. By the look of things, it's gonna be very, very impossible kwa politician ama kwa anybody kukuja kwa hii movement na ajaribu kufikiria ata overtake that. Hiyo ni kitu yenye inafaa wasikue na worry na kitu kama hiyo, ati tunakuja hapa kwa platform tunasema nani ana hijack movement. Hii movement hijack ni impossible. Nataka encourage wase waache wa concentrate na strategy, wa concentrate na maandamano, na wa concentrate na agenda zenye tunapatiwa. Na hii movement iko na allies, that's why nasema iko na life of its own, because hii movement, kuna time Kenya, in the history of Kenya, kuna time hatungekaa na politician tuongee na politician anything, but unaweza fungua platform kama hii na ukue na watu influential kwa country yetu, watu wenye huku unafikiria unaweza keti nao. To be honest, mimi ni mtu admire Ndegwa, but si mtu, mimi ni mtu nilikuwa najua hakunaga opportunities kama hizo Kenya. So hii ni movement yenye imepull in watu wengi sana. Mtu mwenye ako na follower 1Kuna politician mwenye haita succeed, hata kuketi na watu haita succeed juu already ukishasikiza language. Mimi wakispeak on our behalf. We shouldn't be worried by encourage wase waendelee kustrategize, waendelee kutoka kwa maandamano, tusigive respect. Tukienda kwa maandamano, baba ako na history leo hapa kwa X. Nashangaa sana na venye hao majamaa wanafikiria, but mimi najua those are the last kicks of a dying horse. Ni mtu mwenye tu anatupa anything on the wall to see what is gonna stick, na hakuna kitu yenye itastick kwa hii movement. Juu the movement, hata mimi mwenyewe, hata wenye wamehost hapa, hatutaweza kuchukua hii movement tuipeleke ini hii ni movement yenye ishajitangaza yenyewe. Kila siku wakitoka kwa ofisi kutuibia, fly the flag of our nation, usikue na uoga. Hata hawa wase wenye wameuliwa, you know, mi najua government mi siwezi penda mtu akufe anywhere, but government wase wote wakufaitia, this is a price that we have to pay for freedom. Tusikue na uoga, ni tutokee kwa hizo streets every day. Hata mimi naweza sema hata ni every day. So my friends, asanteni sana, nashukuru.
Asante sana Ace. Let us also, if you are coming new right now as a speaker, we have the agenda. How do we occupy? So we need a lot of strategy. Let's have Joseph, and then we'll have Kevin. Joseph, are you in? Go ahead.
Yes, I'm so angry by this government because they think on how they will mute us. And for that case, we should start and continue very strongly with our journey for anti-Ruto and anti-Ruto's government. This is due to this habit of abduction is very hurting to an extent that we should talk loud and we have to be strong and protect us and our partners. So for this case, we are supposed to be united and much united in a case where we should be very courageous, and we get some people where we should be having readers in each and every county. In these readers, we are supposed to be having a group of readers where there is per talks. Yani vile wameelewana, we give out. Then after this, we will be having our movement very strong because being having a lot of readers in each and every county will be strong because we'll be having these people who will be trading strongly in villages, and so that we can each and everyone can understand what is going on in this government. And this government, we are not supposed to to be choosing who is smarter than or who is better than the other. We are supposed to to deny all the whole government, because if we can say Ogwambo, or let me not talk about anybody in their names, or or we say the whole government, opposition and the reading government, we are together, meaning we are the people who are we are supposed to be the opposition itself with SJZs. We should follow that which will end this regime completely, and we take over the government, and we take rules and rules and regulations to follow with we as Gen Zs. And one rule which I think is that in this movement of ours, we should not accept being addressed by any reader, so long as he is serving the government and the reading government. This reading government, we should stop giving them chances. And another thing, we organize our strong or counties. I think we are together, or counties, so that we can be strong.
0 seconds.
Here, I justice to every Kenyan, because we are the ones who knows on how we are feeling as Gen Zs. Let me stop there, and thank you for the mic.
Joseph, maybe I would pose a question to all of us. What do we understand by being leaderless, and who is a leader? That is just food for thought, because I feel we need to understand that word very.
It is now coming very clear that we have been known to be an item of trade, whereby we are potential bargaining power for the politician. Like the happening, which has should also be very clear to must have the opportunity to make ourselves. Another thing I want to add is we've talked about politicians hijacking the movement, or politicians maybe making it more difficult for us to move. But the energy which we have in the beginning should now double, because when we say we were leaderless, when we made our demand more and more clear, then some of us were incubated with fear, then start having a divergent opinion. The reason why I was requesting Mike for this platform is because I wanted us, maybe us also, to find a way whereby we can, the diverted attention during the mandamano of the goons. How can we deal with this issue of goons? Because this issue of goons, maybe people fighting for fame. When, for instance, let me say, or maybe the other gender of, or maybe ladies, Gen Z's ladies, when automatically when they see people roaming around with the rungus, they will fear. That fear is natural. Biologically, that is a natural fear. So this one is now maybe taming the movement to go strong. And we should think loud how we are going to tame this issue of some fools carrying rungus roaming around, that they are now protecting our business at Chieta, or we are doing this to protect Nyofa. This issue of the rungu or the panga moving around, even though they are being funded by politicians, but they are going for youth. Why don't they go for the old people to carry those rungus? They are going for youth. They are the people who are allowing themselves to be used by those people. With a little peanut, so that they can carry those rungu, when we can distort those movements initially before the mandamano, or if during the mandamano we can find a way of dealing with them ruthlessly. But ruthlessly means that we are dealing with them to make sure that they understand that this fight calls for all of us, so that they can drop their rungus and join us by carrying the place card. Can be the much better thing than anything else. Then as I end also, I still insist we don't have the fear. Then I still insist that when we are united and say something in one, then let us stick to that thing. The other time, me, I'm a passive follower. I follow everybody who have organized the space. The other time when we said we are going to occupy the State House, opinion and still fear, oh, it's a protected area, oh, mara sijui nini, mara oh. So both things made fear came into us. Then the last thing is that we as Gen Zs and millennials, we should take the opportunity to teach our parents and their grandparents that what we are doing is not for them. The fear that they have that this thing is going to make our life miserable, or maybe make us lose our life, we should not at all allow that. Let us have a means of convincing them. Sorry? Convincing them so that, yes, I'm winding up, so that they can be part of us. Finally, may the fallen soldier rest in peace. And the only way for them resting in peace is when their spirit heard that we never relent on their death. Thank you very much.
Asante sana Kevin. Let's have, hey, this name is hard. Ibrahim, oh Lord. Go ahead. Ibrahim, are you in? I'm used to the normal one, Ibrahim.
Okay, thank you. Are you hear me?
Loud and clear, go ahead.
Okay, I need to thank everybody here next. So, Kuti, Esther, nataka kuongea kidogo kuhusu hii maneno, sababu mbele tunaenda kidogo na tunatulia, tutapata kama tutakuwa na shida nyingi sana, and we don't relent. Muda yenye tulikuwa tunaenda maandamano, hatukuwa tunaenda maandamano ili watu wa Azimio ama ODM alone have a seats of CS in the government, because seat ya mtu kama Joho, Oparanya and Wandayi Mbadi haiwezi saidia mtu hapa Kenya. Hiyo ni kitu yao. Nasema kwa hapa sasa hivi nataka kila mtu anisikize. Tuko wengi, majenzis na millennials na everybody that who can will to join us. Tuko wengi sana. I think that if we have only 5 million people, if we can contribute 50 bob only, tunaweza sema in a week, inamaanisha for 5 days it will be 10 bob per day, and we can have an account. So if we contribute that amount per week, we will have 250 million, and times 2, that is 2 weeks only, we will have 500 million. So this hii money tunaweza tuka, kama hii maandamano ya juzi ya mwizo, karibu lizazi anipate tafadhali. Yani Raila aliniingilia sana, karibu lizazi anipate. Tuliponea chupuchupu, tulikuwa na marafiki zangu, tulikuwa 4. Yani ilikuwa uchungu sana. And again, tukitoka hapo tukirudi huku tena tunapata Raila ametoa directive na tena Ruto anatangaza ma-CS kutoka kwa ODM. Hiyo ni ujinga, hatuwezi kubali. Hata sisi, hata kama tunapenda Raila kiasi gani, tumeamua tunataka tukuje Nairobi na we will set a date. So that date tunataka so tukishafika hapo we will set a date. So tukisha set a date, hakuna siku ambayo tunaenda eti tunaenda maandamano, na hiyo maandamano yenye tunaenda hatuendi State House. Tukiwa hapo kama watu kama 3 ama 2 hata 1 peke yake, I think 100 people will die, and the remaining wataingia State House na serikali ya Ruto itaisha kwa hiyo siku. So Ruto atabaki tu, yani watu watabaki tu wakijua serikali ya Ruto imeenda nyumbani. Inaitwaje? Kudita. I think that is it, because hatuwezi fanya hiyo kitu na watu wa ODM na Raila na Ruto is a schema, na wanatupima alafu wanafanya kitu tofauti na vile tunafanya. Muda ambayo Raila ilikuwa inafaa afanye hii kitu vile anataka, ilimshinda. I think Raila alita maandamano almost twice. Hata sisi wenyewe tulikuwa tumeandamana, tukaandamana, watu walikufa. And again Raila anarudi anasema eti wanaenda kuongea. National Dialogue Conference NDC ilisaidia nini? Mtu kama Ichungwa na Kalonzo si walikuwa hapo? Hakuna kitu ilisaidia. Tena saa hizi sisi tumeanza yetu, anaongea juu ya dialogue. Sasa hiyo dialogue tukisema tumekataa, and again anakuja anasema sasa hiyo dialogue anajaribu kuforce nayo watu, alafu wanachukua watu wake na Ruto wanaweka hapo kwa mapost ya CS. So wakishaweka ili izuie watu kwenda maandamano, hatutakubali. Tunaenda maandamano, na hii kitu yenye nasema ndio at least tukitumia hiyo kitu itakuwa rahisi. Twende maandamano tukiamua, hata kama tunataka kwenda maandamano kwa wiki zingine, ama niseme ni wiki zingine 2 hivi peke yake, na to mobilize people, watu wafike hapo. Wakishafika kama 3 hivi ama 2, siku moja tunasema leo ni State House. Na tukisema ni State House, my friend, ni State House. Tutapanda gari, tutatoka huku, tutajitokeza huku Migori, hata 100 people tutapatikana, tutaenda. Tukishafika huko tumekubali watu wakufe, hata mimi nimekubali nitoke Migori niende nikufe Nairobi juu ya maandamano, lakini at least watu wenye watabaki nyuma waone hii kitu. Sababu tukiacha hii kitu saizi, tuseme for example tumeacha hii maneno, tukirelent, yani Kwanza sisi kama vijana na millennials yani hatutakuwa na amani hii Kenya. Hiyo ni ukweli. Tena ya pili,
0 seconds.
hiyo ni ukweli. Na tena sasa hivi tukienda na tukikosa kuenda kwa njia nyingine yenye inaweza saidia, tutapata tutauawa wengi. Hawezi akajiuliza mara sijui pesa itatoka wapi, something like that. If we have 500 million, hiyo ni pesa nyingi sana. Tunaweza fanya nayo hiyo kitu yenye tunataka vile tumepanga. So long as tuko na account, kwa sababu sisi tunajijua, sisi hapa kwetu hakuna mwenye anaweza potea na pesa yenye watu wamesanya ya kufanya hii kazi. So I have only that. So thank you.
Asante sana. I would highlight some few things that we need to follow each other. That is to have information or maybe updates, because we have already transport and logistics account from KOT, where you are talking of 50 bob. I feel that is an highlight that is already on the notice. So let us follow each other for updates and also for information, so that we do not look ignorant of what we are even doing at the moment. All right. Thank you so much. High. Go ahead. Most high.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Go ahead.
Okay, so my submission was that the first thing we should know is that we are fighting a bigger fight than we even think, because we are not only fighting Ruto and Raila, we are even fighting the white supremacy, because they are being led by the whites. They hold so much power that we have also to be very strategic. Hawa watu wanatumika na wazungu, na in case Ruto akishuka juu aliyeko hapo na mzungu, inamaanisha ile story yote inaendelea Kongo na nini itakuwa on hold. So pia sisi ile vita tunapigana lazima tujue ni vita gani. Hii story ati Ruto anaenda kesho Mombasa, Ruto hafai kukuwa able kuendea Mombasa. Na kama mtu ako na familia yake ulako Mombasa, anafaa hizo ndio tunafaa tufanye, to mobilize. Asikuwe able kukuwa peaceful hapo Mombasa. Tunaanzia hapo. Na maandamano sasa hii imeanza kutulia, kwa sababu hata ukiingia hapo kwa trends, Ruto must go ilirudi na ikapotea. So as much as tunakuja kwa groups, ile Ruto must go inafai kuwe bado trending at number 1 ama number 3. Hatufai kuachilia hiyo, na maandamano inafaa endelee every Tuesday until the date. Cause tukisema tumeiacha na tunaendelea ati tutulie mpaka date 8. Date 8 tutapata hakuna mtu, cause itakuwa imepotelea. That's all I can say.
Oh, asante sana, Most High. I saw my co-host is back. That's the reason as to I went silent. So 6, go ahead.
Effa, you can just proceed with the current set of speakers, kindly.
Okay, thank you. Let's have Sarox, and then Sarox, are you there? Go ahead.
All right. Could you go to the next speaker? Give me just a sec. Give me a sec.
Faith, are you present? Faith? Okay. I can see Jojo.
Can Jojo go
Is
first, then
ready.
Aisha? Please. Jojo.
Yes, thank you for this opportunity.
Oh my God. There is someone who said that this movement has a life of its own. When you are born, by the way, I'm so happy to see a lot of people, people that I have seen in the media, like Degwa Jiro, thanks a lot, man. And the way you have helped us and what's going on. And everyone else, the listeners, those who are getting a chance to speak, feel good about yourself. We are on to a discovery of a big thing. In NANE NANE, I was just going to say that 88 also in the number numerology, it signifies a lot, like a new beginning, a new life. And the only thing I can do, because I'm not on the ground, is, chip in whatever I can chip in, whether it's knowledge, whether it's money, and ask the people of the diaspora. For so long, I've lived in the diaspora for 20. For so long, you have looked for something that you can hold on. Because if the government does not care about the people in Kenya, it is so corrupt. It does not even care about you. You come to the diaspora, the government in the diaspora, they don't care about you. The government in Kenya, they don't care about you. So you are left nowhere. You are left, hanging in there between. A movement like this is coming to give you something to be proud of. We are on to something big. By the way, I have put the importance of 8, the number 8, in the text of this blog. When you have a chance, look at that significance. It is huge. It signifies new life, new beginning. Let us put this in ourselves, deep down inside ourselves. And I keep saying, if you are in the diaspora, make a challenge of every week said something like $10, $5. It's gonna help our people. They want to transport. Some people don't have some place to sleep. They're coming from far, and they go into Nairobi. Said something. This number that KOT is putting up here. This is a verified number. We have chipped something in, and this is doing what we are putting that little cash to do. Like now, are you gonna buy his glasses? Let's keep being together. Let's close knit. By the way, the truth always wins. The truth always wins. And we have gone to school. We have degrees. Like I was telling you the other day, me, I'm a software engineer. I have worked for Lockheed Martin. They make missiles. And when I seen these boys, these security, NIS, whoever, boasting with gunpowder, I'm like, what is he talking about? One missile, you see the war in Ukraine, the bazooka. Kenyans don't have this. We are fighting we are fighting for the truth. And this NANE NANE is gonna be the day that they know that Kenya, the truth will come and settle down. The diaspora people, please said something to the organizers of these spaces, and also this NANE NANE. Make sure their pockets is full. Wasikose kununua maji, wasikose kununua kadrink. Mtu akitaka kwenda kutafuta mahali ya kulala, wacha akuwe na pesa kidogo kwa mfuko. Tuma ngiri 5, tuma ngiri 6, tuma $10, $20, my people. This is huge, and this child is gonna mature and grow, walk, mature, and stand up. My people, we cannot be looking at a mirror and lying to ourselves. NANE NANE, Ruto must go.
Oh, that was very great. Aisha, go ahead.
Hello. We are many in this space. Let us try to share.
Kijana, are you present? Patrick, go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Thank you. Thank you for this topic and for organizing this space. How do we occupy? I think that is the question we should try to answer. And I think it's a question of strategy. So I'll just share things in general others have shared. But bottom line, I agree with all those who have said, let us contribute. We need money. So let's have a central location. And in fact, as you organize these spaces, you should be mobilizing us in different groups. Take us to different groups now where we can easily contribute, send in little money and mobilize resources. We need resources. We mobilize among ourselves, we crowd. Now we need to get our message out loud and clear. And I like this, what we have started today, NANE NANE. It should get out loud and clear. It should be in all forums, in all radio stations, in all what. People should be talking about it. Our message should go out there strongly. The third issue I want to talk about is this. Let us make that day Nairobi to be a no-go zone, especially CBD. Let's draw a radius of around like 5 or 2 to 3 kilometers. Like those from Wayaki Way, from Westlands, no vehicle is allowed to enter CBD. So that, and then Thika Road, around 2 to 3 kilometers to town, and then like Mombasa Road, it's only people walk. So in the morning when people are walking, so that it becomes tricky. We don't know who is a protester and who is going to work. So if somebody is determined to go to work on that day, the only work we should make it known that it will be either to demonstrate, or we are going to offer as logistics, as either provide us with water, provide us accommodation, food, and all that. Let us make Nairobi that day a place for the people of this country who want to be heard. I can tell you this for a fact. If we mobilize close to like even 1 million people in the CBD alone, the military will find it very rough even to dare shoot, because that will be a national and international disaster. You have seen in most of those places where millions of people gather, the military can never dare shoot, or the police will even wonder what to shoot, because the CBD will be a no-go zone. And then when we mobilize like that, we can now make the grand march. From there, even Ruto will not wait for us. He will disappear. We shall go to State House and occupy State House. He will be nowhere. So let us get the numbers out by mobilizing resources and laying all the logistics. And then also make propaganda out. You know, propaganda is also a powerful tool we can use. They have been killing us. The police have been killing us. Let us make our statement clear that we are just peaceful and we are marching peacefully. If the police dare kill us, then we shall also have a way of also dealing with them. If the police are not in uniform, then let us also tell them that if you're not in uniform, then you can also let us also have some guerrilla tactics, and we get our message out there. Let us know that we are really serious about this thing. They have shown us the middle finger, what Raila and Ruto has done. Let us also show them what we also made of. We make that statement on that day, I think the whole world will listen and they'll know what is happening in Kenya. That's my message for now. Thank you.
Asante sana Patrick. Let's have Kijana. Kijana, are you back? Kijana? All right, you will be dropped. Frank, go ahead. Frank, are you in?
Yes, I'm in. I think I'm
maybe do a bit of just a sort analysis of our movement. I think it was that our ideology and what we did sell was really selling. The thing was reject finance bill enye ilikuwa inauza vizuri sana. It was the main thing currently that we should do is we must check on the ideology that we are carrying on. I think we've discussed a couple of times. We've mentioned about the ideology of Ruto must go and the hashtag that we've been airing all along. I think it's been something most of people were a bit skeptical on probably should we use this hashtag, should we use this ideology. And again, the last I mean demos that we've had, there have been a little bit of not objective. I think we need to be a little bit objective, and maybe coming back to our talk of today, that is how do you occupy. I think we need to do a lot of mobilization, because without numbers, actually we're not going. This is something we are dealing with politicians, and the politicians, we know the way they do and the way they're very peaceful. They hired goons. They demonized our protests, and now they call us criminals and all that. I think it's high time that we know that we are dealing with politicians. And how about we change tactics also? For example, we have had so many people talk about fronting someone, maybe come 2027, so that we can maybe champion them. And I've seen some people saying, what about maybe these people are not popular and all that. But I had this idea as we even plan for the NANE NANE. How about we come with someone like, I think we've fronted, for example, Omtata for a couple of days, maybe to stand with us. I think even if we don't have leaders, but it's very paramount that we front some people that will be upfront there. Because you see the way things have turned up, they have come again. They have brought in the opposition, and we are left alone. Actually, currently, because I don't mean that we had the opposition on our side, but there were people probably maybe championing and maybe pretending to be with us. But now what they have done and showed us is that these people are just all the same. So what about us? I think we are able to even use, for example, the mchanga that we used to fund this politician, that the person that we think this person can push our ideology, can push what we need. That is good governance, because we are objective on this. What to fund this person using mchanga, we are able to fund these people and make sure that they even go to every village and make sure that these people we champion them. We have the music people have songs for them, we have the poets have poems for them, and everybody, every talent that they have, they use it to campaign for these people. I think this is the only thing that we are going to win with it, because I think we must have long-term plans as much as we have these short-term plans. And the long-term plan is planning in a political way. As much as we don't have leaders, we must have that person that we have mwenye atakuwa pale mbele, because this person is very easy. If we are the people who have put them there, it's very easy to put them into account. These people, you'll be able to tell them, no, this is not the way to go. These people, you'll be able to hold them to everything. You'll be able to tell them that because we are working with a thing, more of a systematic thing. This is a system which has been there since colonialism. This is a system which is there even as much as we tell Ruto to uproot all. He's also afraid and is kind of maybe between a rock and a hard place, because he's shocked on what happened, but is it's a bit very hard for him to change these things. So we need like a kind of overhaul on the whole system. So my plea is maybe we have some of the people who have influence in terms of the following. Please let us put this agenda, because this help us to liberate this country. This is the only thing that will make a very meaningful change. As much as we are saying NANE NANE, which we will need to plan adequately for us maybe to make it happen. But if it doesn't, then we have to have that long-term plan in terms of policy, and it's very possible. Yes, I'm winding up. It's very possible that we can even have as the parliament, actually, as the people's parliament, that we vet them and we make sure that we campaign for them, and we make sure that we have the best leaders that
to say something on how social media platforms works. Sometimes they go. It will peak and it will be trending. It doesn't mean you have to be having a huge following for informed on how social media platforms work, so that we can also have the fearless urge to also contribute in the agenda that we are having, the small wins, the small agendas and all that. So thanks so much, Frank. Maybe to add on the one who was talking, it was kindly let us follow each other so that we have information on what we are doing. Let us not be ignorant. That is very bad of us. When we are ignorant of information and we are learned, we are calling ourselves learned, we need to be very informed and also look at what we are doing, especially when you come to this platform, just read, how do we occupy? I mean, that's a simple courtesy of every area that you occupy. Anyway, let's have Pan. Go ahead. Pan, are you present?
Mambo vipi? Mnanisikia?
Freshi sana.
Poa, poa, poa. Yeah, so I'm just gonna sort of go through, how people can occupy. Some people have spoken about it. The previous speaker did. First and foremost, the one thing that people can do is collaborate amongst each other, and many organizations, especially major organizations. I can see lawyer Ndegwa here, lawyers, doctors, the civil rights organization, these guys from Madare, that's one thing that we can actually do. And we've always been doing it anyway. One of the other things that I think it was Mama who said about having clear objectives, and a few of the other speakers have spoken about it, about having clear objectives. Right now, what we need is a specific goal that's related to what's ailing the country, which is obviously poverty, corruption. We are asking for good governance. There's economic injustice. Something that actually resonates wildly. Throughout the country, and we we do go with the hashtag Ruto must go, but this is why we're asking him that he has to go, because he's not delivered in all these things since he's been in, president. Like you've said, Esther, about using effective publicity, using the hashtag Ruto must go, that would be great. Um, and then I don't know. I've seen people distributing leaflets, and throughout the demonstrations, the previous demonstrations. Also involve local artists. These guys, they draw quite a huge public attention, especially in local areas. The other thing that I want to say is also grassroots mobilization, where people can actually organize in huge numbers, organization, arrange for lodgings and things like that. Um, and then I know this is going to be a huge toll, but once we need to tell the authorities that this is what we're doing. Okay, let's not tusikae kama we are rowdy people. We're just gonna go to state house. Let's inform them. Okay, and if we inform them, then they can't come back and say, "Oh, you didn't tell us" or something like that. You know, because it is up to them to support us. It's up to them to protect us. If they choose not to, well, they know how to inspire people, have people with this kind of abilities to articulate the hopes and frustrations of Kenyans. We need such kind of people. I'm not saying they're leading Gen Zs, but we need people who can actually motivate, inspire people, okay? Speak of hopes, speak of frustrations. We need these people. The last thing that I want to say about this, how do we occupy? If we can have as many volunteers as possible, we've had in the previous where we've had the lawyers, turning up in courts, where people have been arrested. We've had the medics coming out and helping those injured. All these people, they've been doing a great job. But if we continue doing this, everybody will look at us and say, yeah, these guys are actually organized. They know what they're doing. They know what, their goals are actually clear. And that is one thing that I really want to stress, that we have to have really, really clear goals as to why we're shouting, Ruto must go. Shukran, Kwairini.
Asante sana Pan. Flo, be sincere. I think you had spoken. We have a lot of requests. Maybe confirm with me whether you had spoken.
No, I had not spoken. I asked for some time kidogo. I was doing something.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead. I recall.
Mine, cause vitu mingi zimesemwa, so mine is just a few. I have a question for the Advocate Ndegwa. Thank you very much for gracing us with your presence. He said something about taking to court a petition for a referendum since the MP have refused to impeach Ruto. Can you please tell us when we need to go and support that agenda in the Supreme Court so that we can appear in large number and put pressure on the judge so that he can waweze kupitisha hiyo referendum, wasinunuliwe off kama kawaida venye Ruto amezoea kununua watu, so that they can have the pressure from the people. Please tell us the day and when we need to show up so that we can also organize for that as well as we are continuing to organize for NANE NANE. Something else also I need to add on is on how we can occupy also. I think one way we can also protect ourselves from being attacked by the policemen with the tear gases and the guns and all those stuff, hizo mamaji zao. I think if we're in a crowd, and because they don't like seeing big crowds, we can also, when you see them approaching, we can get down on our knees in solidarity, hold hands, and lift our hands high. Because once policemen shoot tear gas on people on their knees, that is a whole different story. This is no longer people running away. Hawa ni watu people who are on their knees fighting. So I think that can put out a very stronger message to the world out there and the media, so that they can see these people are not kidding. They are here and they are on their knees, and the policemen, they are killing them wanawapiga. So that also can highlight our story a lot. What else should I add? I will also want to add power on something Daktari said. The reason why we keep on having tremors with our unity is because we're lacking unity kwa sababu the space holders. There was a guy who said alijaribu kushikanisha hao watu wenye wana hold space akina KOT 6, and then they don't want to come together. That kind of unity is a weakness that the government is going to see and exploit amongst ourselves and make us weak, and our whole scenario having leaderless, of being leaderless, is going to work against us, and it's going to be also, as much as it's our power, it's also our undoing. Let's not forget that everything has its advantage and disadvantage. Being leaderless has done great for us so far, and because we can all come up with our own ideas, but don't forget that if we all come up with our own ideas but we don't come together and bring those ideas, give those ideas power and strength, we are going to start divided. We are going to start having our own ideas. Huyu sasa kama saizi unaona kuna watu wana support Raila venye ameenda huko kwa handshake, wanasema oh that's a good thing. Kuna wengine wana support Ruto kwenda huko hivyo coast. Those are the kind of weaknesses that the government is exploiting amongst ourselves. This co-host akina KUT, try harder, or let's do something to unite us. Let's have one voice. If about hiyo nane nane, kama niyo contribution yenye KUT anasema ya kutolewa ndio watu waweze kukuja. Let's have one big space. Let's stop dividing. Once we're divided, we will fall, my friends. We will die and we will fall. People will be tired. Mtarudi home na mmebeba watu wetu wamekufa, wengine are injured. Let's stay united, my friends. Let's stay united, and united we stand, divided we fall. There is no war which has ever been won on divided stands. No war. We won't win this war if we are divided. Kama ni space tushikane sisi wote. KOT, ukijaribu kuenda kwa huyo mtu anasema hataki, enda kwa huyo mwingine, and if they don't want, we will host the space ourselves and invite all Kenyans. We can do these things by ourselves. Let's not be divided. That is the whole point. Let's have a structure. Structure is everything, so that we can be able to push forward. Already Hanifa anapigwa na watu kwa sababu apparently sijui alionekana tired nini. Hizo ni propaganda ambazo zinarushwa kwa government so that they can discredit her. We have seen her doing great jobs. Wamefanya kazi mzuri sana huko wakiwa na akina Boniface. Let's stay united. As I wind up, please, Mr. Speaker and Advocate Ndegwa, if you're still on, you can tell us about your story, your cases, so that we can also follow up on that. That's going to be one step forward, because there's no way Ruto is going to resign out of the goodness of his heart, because he has no one. You cannot ask a person to be to do this out of the goodness of your heart, because you think Kenyans are hurting. He has no heart, so he cannot resign. He will rather watch us burn into ash. So the best thing is to push for that your referendum, and let's go and support our advocates, what they are doing, our lawyers. Let's give them strength. Let's show solidarity in everything that we're doing together. Thank you very much, and asante sana KOT and everyone else who is hosting the space. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana Paul. As Ndegwa is taking on, let me just add something that Kevin had requested, and maybe for those who had not heard about, like, is it still okay us to occupy in the State House? That was the question for Kevin. I'm sure there are others who are having the same questions. So you can also stress on that so that people cannot have fear when they are going to occupy. Thank you. Go ahead, Degwa.
Thank you very much. Once more, I think I missed that bit because I was attending to a small baby. Would you just bring me up to speed, Esther?
Okay, do you have for Flo the issue that she had shared?
No, I have not received it.
Will you please tell us when you guys intend to go to court for the hearing of the inaitwa the referendum,
Oh,
the
the
referendum, so
petition.
that we can support you guys.
On the day we'll be going to court, would wish everybody to come. Those who are joining the petition actively through the advocates, and those who will also be in the streets around the courts, holding banners saying that we need a country. Judges are human beings. They live in this society and they're able to see what is happening. I'll be able to get directions on Monday. That's when you're going to get directions as to the date that was given or that will be given. And immediately I get the date, I'll be able to share it and the directions that will be issued by the court. But even as we await for directions, it is important that any self-interest groups make application before the court.
And then we have Hitler next.
One matter that I feel is very, very important to all this. So last week, there were allegations that the media had been compromised. And I actually saw Nyakundi, Cyprian Nyakundi posting on how different media owners and editors met with this evening on Citizen. And if you could keenly watch, you could clearly tell that she was after something. She wanted the conversation to take a certain direction. So this approach clearly confirms or rather suggests that the media has been compromised. So we also need to condemn this behavior because this is against the core principles of journalism. Journalism emphasizes being truthful rather than just being neutral or partisan. So the situation at hand actually underscores the importance of journalistic integrity and why diversions from it can be so damaging in terms of even the consumption, in terms of everything we consume, the type of content we consume from the mainstream media. So
the and not to be a tool that will be used to propagate the government agenda. So yeah, if there is any media owner on this space, or rather there is any editor, I feel to consume. So yeah, thanks.
Asante sana Edgar. Hitler, are you present?
Yes. One, mi hata sijuangi kaa kuna Citizen TV ama sijui NTV ama KTN. You guys tusirely kwa watu kama hao. Sahii ni news reporter. Mbona guys mnaanza kufuatilia? Kwani umekosa bundles kwenda kuwatch TV? Acha hao watu wajiongeleshe huko. Sisi wenyewe tuko hapa, sisi wenyewe ni news reporter. Let's do our work. KOT ndio huyu hapa ameweka kitu kingine ya maana. Iko broadcasting TikTok, Facebook, wapi, everywhere. Nyinyi mkirely KTN sijui nini, those hata it's not important. Hao watu wanaekanga kitu yenye na basi tuone yenye hao wanataka. Mtu kama huyo hata aende wapi, tumemzoea, muachane na hiyo. Let's focus. Our focus is Ruto must go. Na hashtag NANE NANE, let's remain NANE NANE. Guys, msi lose focus. Let's yani tukue tu focused. Tusianze kwenda huku na huku ati sijui nani, sijui Gaidha anaongea, sijui Kaira na sijui nani. Achana na hawa nonsense. We are Gen Zs. Na hii kitu nimeongea. Watu wanataka kutumislead ni hawa watu wanaishi Nairobi ya juu. Those people ndo wanatumislead. Juu hawaoni shida. Hawa wako tu kwa fruits. Sisi watu wenye tunaishi Nairobi ya chini, watu wenye tuko na Thika Road, tunatoka Mlolongo, those Kawangware. Sisi ndo tunaona shida. Sisi ndo tuko street. Hawa wengine wamejificha tu huko ndani. Kazi yao ni kelele tu, Kaidho ni kelele tu, pepe anaongea nothing. Na kwa street umuoni. So those guys, tusirely those people. Let's focus. Tutoe Ruto, alafu tuone next. Two, I think nyinyi mnaangalianga tu Hitler was a bad man. Yes, but tuangalie strategy yenye Hitler alitumia. Yeye haitutui, hizi ni Gen Z. Mtu kama nini, hizi ni Gen Z. Hizo vitu kama hiyo time ya Moi, mimi si kulelewa kwa hizo vitu. Mimi najua, mimi hakuna mtu anaweza nidanganya by the way. So tusiende kudanganyana hapa. Lose focus. Mimi nataka Ruto aende nyumbani. Na kama aende nyumbani akufe. That's my prayer. Thank you.
Wow, that was superb. We have so many requests. I would say let's channel our information also on the chat box so that we can also retrieve it for references. So That was very powerful. Itla, maybe you would also emphasize that on our chat, on our text, and then it will be very powerful. Kenya, go ahead.
Six yako na something. Mpatie mic nione kama namba.
Okay, 6.
Mi nataka ku drop off na nitasema vitu kadhaa. Ya kwanza is Kenyans are selfish people, and if we get rid of that selfishness and stop thinking about individuals and rather think about other people, we are going to go far in this movement. Why am I trying to say this? Is because if these so-called bigwigs in quotes go out and they are going to create a name for them, people are tweeting because they want to get engagements, they want to get whatever, they want to to be heard, they want to be seen. We should get rid of that behavior and start thinking about this country. That is what matters most. And my opinion has always been clear, and you here will tell you. I stand by this movement till the last day. I'll stand by the fact that no parties, no leaders until we have achieved that goal. Because I know the sad side of having a leader and what it may cause. I know the benefits of having a leader. I know the benefits of not having a leader. So what I'll tell you right now, we should look what being leaderless has achieved, and it can still do that. What do we need to do? How do we occupy? These are clear strategy on how we'll get to masses. One, as we said, is we go to the ground, door to door, individual by individual. Kwanza, those who play football, enda kwa uwanja. Sahi kuna events, Saturday, Sunday, kuna events. Tell these guys, kama kesho, majamaa, tunaenda ku occupy this place and this place. Logistics zitakuwa handled. Civic education. Secondly, we need to call out, though I'm always against it, but it has reached a point where we need to call out these popular people, these musicians. Akina Nonini Mgenge True. Nonini doesn't have a say here on X, but akona say kubwa Facebook because I've interacted with this content there. The likes of akina Wahukagwi, Kate Actress, Terence Creative, akina Aziad, those people who came out to the streets. How can we achieve getting up to them? We can make sure each comment that you make about Occupy NANE NANE, tag them and amplify the message. If you have their numbers, call them. The same way I'll call KRG tomorrow morning and I'll tell him, Kajoji, we want this, tunajua ulisema we ni musician wa serikali, but imefika point, this country is big. I'll call Dufla in the morning. I'll call Koja Local. Those ones I'm going to call them. I'll reach to them personally. And I'll tell them this country is bigger than an individual. Akina Shiguan, Samiro. Yorende yote nitaifikia. I'll wake up in the morning hapa X. I'll call KOTOCS. I'll call KOT Socha, Super Metro, Edgar. Those are people I can reach to. And I'll tell them it has reached a point where we have to speak in one language in the coming 1 week before this day comes. So Keoti Sonko, you have a challenge. Ayo, you have a challenge. Ndegwa, you have a challenge. Stay, Kenyans, Hitler, Kijana, everybody on the speaker panel and on the listener panel and on this space, you have a challenge. You can make a change by calling out these people because they have followers who listen to them. Third, if it is possible, we can create a concert. before we go to NANE NANE. And this concert can be created somewhere that we know we can get these people. 1 in Nairobi, 2 in Nakuru, 3 in Kisumu. We know we can create a concert if we decided to. We can create concerts in the whole country and have different. Kama ni Luo Nyanza, we have the Akina Inda, Prince Inda. We have Akina Tony Nyadundo. We have Akina Okello Max. We'll go there. Mount Kenya the same. Rift Valley the same. Western the same. Each town inakuwa na at least one person mwenye ameenda huko. We amplify the message. This is before NANE NANE. It can happen. If we contributed 30 million, I know mi nikitoa 100, Ndegwa 100, and we say all this money is going to this concert to facilitate this, then we amplify that message na tuambie watu NANE NANE tukutane State House. People will come out in numbers. I remember the concert that was at Uhuru Park. And there is one fact about Kenyans. Kenyans love free things. So if they heard about a free concert, people will come in numbers. That is out of my observation. So we can use those 3 strategies I gave out: civic education, calling out the big wigs, and a concert to reach out to huge crowds. About spaces, I agree we must have one big space. But what is the challenge about that? Spaces also have their own limitations. Mnaweza kuwa na Americs hapa, mnaweza kuwa na nani, mnaweza. But if they are not speaking, people will not come. Because mi nimeweka notifications ya watu kadhaa. The moment I'll see your notification itapiga, the moment they start speaking in a space, utaona notification yangu imepiga. Ndegwa Njiru is speaking somewhere. I'll be like, what is he saying and why is he here? So spaces pia ziko na limitations zake, and unaweza pata hata mkikuja hapa all big wigs are here, you won't get to 100,000. We won't get to 1 million follow people. If that is the goal, itakuwa ngumu sana watu kukuja. Because the last time we tried here, we had the likes of Osama, Kesh, Cyprian. Even you've seen the Americ space, the highest number of people in our tract is almost 40 to 100K. Now, lastly, there is pride amongst ourselves, whereby people feel like they need to have a saying. I want to warn each and everyone who thinks that this movement will be a beneficiary project that they are going to have. Resist from taking advantage of such situations, because it will never end up well. If you come with a motive of sending a message from your master, you have to sit down and analyze between payment and success of a nation, which one is better. Do you want a country where you as an individual, you'll be beneficial with thousands and millions of Kenyans poor, or you want a nation where you will be successful with thousands of other Kenyans also successful? That is what I want, and I've always given the analogy whereby I'm able to call any one of my friends and ask them, mzee, nipeleke out, and they are not getting me a cheap drink. They are getting me a drink because they can afford it. Not a scenario where Ndegwa opens his microphone and or he takes a tweet something and he has 100 DMs saying, mzee, nitumie za macho, nieke za cabbage. So I want us to fight. Lastly, fight for this nation. Fight for your country. Fight for that flag. Because by the end of the day, you as a person, you have to stand out, go back indoors and ask yourself, did I do enough for my country? I sit down and ask myself, all those protests that have gone, what have I achieved? But all in all, I said we celebrate our wins, which is changing the narrative of which how Kenyans are now seeing everything. People have now come out from that shell of thinking about mtu wetu, mlima and all that. And people can now see we want systems, we want good governance. People wamekuwa toiva, we don't want corruption. Now people are talking in that. People are talking in terms of merit. Right now, people will tell you, Oparanya has been in parliament, he has been been a governor. We don't want him. We want somebody who will now come and bring success. Allies, we don't want allies. If there is a politician who wants to join this movement, let him speak out and tell his people to go out without wanting to infiltrate a movement that is already successful. Those octogenarians who have been there for thousands and hundreds of years, what they can do, the best thing they can do is to encourage their followers to join the movement, not them to join the movement so that they can get positions or they can accomplish their political and settle their political scores that they have had. Now is not the movement for that. Now is a movement for Kenyans accounting for wanting everything in this country to work out. So I'll tell you, my fellow Kenyans, get out, fight for your country. Never give up. Never. I believe in positive vibes. I've never thought about giving up. Even if you thought like you are almost giving up, ask yourself, why did you start? Always have that question. Why did you start?
Land,
And if you already committed your foot, land, ayo. If you already committed, you know you are among people. You are among my people who had already given up. So I'm amplifying this message and tell you, wake up and think and come back and fight for your country. Because you as a person, you are affected, which might affect another person who was believing in you. The best you can do and the best we can do for those who believe in us is to stay strong and fight for this country. Thank you.
Hey, we mzee. Unaongea for 15 hours. Ni speech ya president. Nani ameandika hiyo speech? Ala. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is 4 minutes to the top of the hour. 12 midnight East African time. My name is Ayo the 6th, and I'm stepping in as a co-host for these amazing 1,081 humans. I was talking about, the way forward. But after all is said and done, my question is, or it's not rather a question, but my sentiments are, as much as we talk about occupying all these places, as much as we talk about all these dates, I want you guys to understand one thing. There's so much need for civic education amongst ourselves, and even level where we are coming from, Ushago, do they know what's happening in the country? Are they know our plights, the plights of the country? Are we speaking in one voice? So there's so much importance of ensuring that the civic education reaches the masses. And I'll tell you for a fact, even amongst us, some of us don't even understand why people want the government out. I'll say that for a fact. And you can see this from the kind of tweets we see. We can see this from the lives that, the lives that go for these rallies, the rallies of the oppressors. You understand? So there's so much need for civic education. There's so much need to spread a word out there to the extensive masses out there, our mothers, our fathers, our brothers out there. our friends and relatives out there. Maybe most of them are not in the cities. Maybe most of them are up country. They need to know, what are we doing to ensure that there is civic education, that we need to change the voting patterns, that this is the reason why. I had a very lengthy conversation with my mother, and she was literally asking me, mbona mnakataa Raila? Unaget? And that tells you, and I was like, this is why. And I gave all my reason. And that tells you they still don't understand. Most Kenyans are still going to the ballot and voting along tribal lines. They're not going to vote along meritocracy. They're not going to be driven by meritocracy. It's always about tribalism. And we need to debunk that. As much as, yes, the Gen Zs and the youth are really saying enough is enough with the tribalism nonsense. At the end of the day, most of us, I'll say this without fear of contradiction, that most of us are still tribal based. Most of us are still stuck there. We need to get ourselves out of those tribal cocoons. And I'm calling upon us on this space to reflect along that issue of tribalism. And it's our major issue, because we are learned. All that kind of stuff. And that is what is really, really, really dragging us behind, dragging our country behind. It is our biggest nightmare. So, as I land and give the next speaker center stage, think about it. Look at yourself in the mirror. Understood? So that is what I wanted to say. And thank you so much for all the speakers that I've been listening to. And I hope we, continue with the discourse. Whether we're going to occupy or wherever we're going to occupy is up to you, but I'm here to see what are we doing even after occupying all those places. What are we doing to ensure that, because we can occupy, yes, but when elections come, it's a different story altogether. Right? So I guess, Esther, I'll take it back to you and you continue with your mic issues.
May you raise your hand so that it can be easy for me. Fabi, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much, KOT, my brother Ayo, the co-host, Wakili Ndugu Ndegwa, all the speakers, na wale wote ambao wanasikiliza. I think much has been said, and I'll just be brief. Kwanza, I want to amplify what Ayo is saying, but and also to emphasize kuwa is not only kuwa we do civic education on how we are going to make the voting, but even those who are capable and they think they have a calling of leadership, and who they know that they can deliver genuine, they can be transparent and accountable, to come out so that they can occupy those positions. The problem now, for example, what is happening in our country, for those who voted for Ruto, you should not feel guilty. You should forgive yourself. I keep saying this on many platforms. On accounts of what happened recently, some they were thinking that, we made a mistake, but see the alternative. If you could have voted for Baba, it is the same thing. So you see that all the choices were the same. So we did not have a alternative. So those who voted for Baba, forgive yourself. Those who voted for Ruto, forgive yourselves. So just only to amplify the voice of Ayo is that even as we are doing the civic education on so that we can have responsible choice of leaders, but we also need those leaders, those people that they think they have a calling to lead, and that they are genuine, also to come out, sell their manifesto, talk to people, so that you can also be able to stand out and be counted. And I want to talk on this NANE NANE. I think the arrangement is good. The plan is good that we mobilize huge number in Nairobi. It is possible to mobilize 1 million. It is possible to mobilize 2 million. Only depend with the logistic arrangement and the willingness of the people. If, for example, we have 30 counties, just only giving 500 people per county, that is like maybe 10 or 5 people in every ward. We already meet that target. But I don't know now. What I want to ask is mchango. I don't know how safe it will be, because tunajua kwamba government, they are doing their best. Safaricom, it is working for government, na inafikia mahali maybe wakijua kwamba inakuwa hivi, utapata hao watu ambao wana control those accounts, maybe imekuwa frozen, maybe anything can happen. I don't know whether we can have alternative, or now we are going to secure those funding, or tunakuwa maybe tumetafuta kama ni hizo transport companies that we get those money and we dispatch immediately, kama ni those accommodation places ambao tutakuwa tumeyamark from Airbnbs, the lodges, everything, hata wale watu ambao they can volunteer, then we dispatch immediately, so that ikiwa inafikia close to those days, hata wenye account wako na less account, even if serikali itataka kufanya anything, it will be too late for them. And secondly, also I want to thank Wakili Ndegwa that we are using every possible means kuhakikisha kwamba hawa watu tumeondoa. So hata ile akoti pia ikisucceed, tunasema ewala, and anytime that you need us, we just so that we can put pressure, and so that also the judiciary can know that Kenyans are on one side, and Kenyans are saying that they are tired with this regime. Thank you. That is my submission.
Asante sana. Let's
Okay.
have
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead, Esther. Though I wanted to reiterate on whatever, was it Orwa said? The last speaker was Orwa, right?
Fabi, or what do you mean the last speaker?
Who just spoke? The speaker who just spoke.
It's
Was
me,
it
Fabi.
Orwa?
Fabi.
Fabish. All right. So Fabish, there's this issue that you've raised about the security of Mchanga and Safaricom and all that. I want us to understand that how Safaricom works. If I stand to be corrected though, Mchanga is literally an independent. As much as it is a product of Safaricom, but it really operates independently. Okay, and it's the best thing about Mchanga is, as much as funds are being remitted, everybody can see the flow of money in, money out, and all that kind of stuff. So it's easier to keep even the institution accountable because you have the evidence. It's not that you went to the bank and found your 20,000 missing and you start asking the bank, where's my 20,000 and all that kind of stuff. Because at that particular point, you have all the statements and you have whatever is happening around that account. So it's easier to keep tabs with what's happening. With the concert thing that Six earlier insinuated, I think it's a very amazing idea. However, the only thing that I have to say about that is we really need to hasten it up because the NANE NANE is soon coming. 8th of next month, of August is coming soon, and if it is me being in the having worked for the media industry, if you want to plan for such events, you have to start like months earlier. So that will be a crash course, because you have to do it as fast as you can, like booking the venues, ensuring that you have the equipment needed, ensuring that all the licenses are given out and signed and are paid for and all that kind of stuff. So it's a lot of work that not only a few people can do. So it needs a lot of coordination and close coordination as much as you can, if that makes sense.
Asante sana Ayo for the clarification and the insight. Kijana, go ahead. Kijana. Kijana,
Okay,
nimekuita.
thank you very much. Okay, first of all, nita and how we occupy nane nane. So majamaa, nane nane ikuwe, so nataka ikuwe like ikuwe historic. Alafu venye tulikuwa tumepawa wale watu wanapanga tu venye wasa watatoka tuseme Ocha, wenye wanataka kuja Nairobi occupy. Haitakuwa easy. All of us inafaa tushikane mikono to do what yenye tafanya si wote tunini yenye tafanya zinio maandamano iko historic juu ukiona like kama mkiachia wase tuseme mabig wings peke yake nini, kuna msee hata sahii umeibuko na one follower ama watu wangapi, lakini kuna watu hiyo mtaa yako ukiongelesha watakusikia. So jukumu kwa kila msee ambie watu wa mtaa yake, watu nyako wili kuja Nairobi hivyo na hivyo. Message juu mtu kama yeye nimekuwa najaribu kumtumia message but inakataa nini. Sasa nataka like mufungue ndio itakuwa poa. Ni hiyo tu tumetaka kusubmit.
Thank you so much. That is well noted with kind regards. Asante sana. Now guys, when Ochieng, can you hear me? Ochieng Otieno, can you hear me? If Ochieng Otieno you can't hear me, let's go to
Thank you very much for me. What I want to say and emphasize is what has been said before. When we come out on 8th, we need to do things different. Somebody had suggested we can sit down. That would be a brilliant idea. We don't move. Police will not attack us. We just sit down, camera, and we'll remain there even if it's for days, and then they are going to give up. But when we learn, they get an opportunity to shoot us, and then the goons also get an opportunity to do their things. So I want to emphasize on that, on the need of civic education. What I have seen in the media in the recent few days, I'm not happy about. People lack civic education. I can't imagine somebody can go out or sacrifice what we have achieved so far because of 1,000 or so. So it shows that there is a lot of an education or rather illiteracy. So we need to focus on that. And then I also need to emphasize on the need that we remain leaderless, just like we are now. And you know, if Ruto was able to put Raila in the pocket, if any of us emerges as a leader, will definitely be put in the pocket. So my urge is for us to remain the way we are. We continue organizing ourselves in the background. And again, on 8th, we come out slowly and then we go and sit down. If it's to occupy a state house, all the loads leading to state house load, we can start with state.
Viva, Viva. Thank you so much. I'm calling Nani for the last time. Look, you still have your hand up. Something you wanna summarize on?
No. I'm dropping. Thank.
Nimeona ni kama umeinua mkono. It's all right. It's all right. Let me just remove you from the speakers. It's okay. Wait, Kaira, are you there? Kaira Nabasenge. Your name sounds Ugandan. Are you there with us? Naona Kaira me unmute. Mnamsikia? Because mi simsikii.
Tumpati.
Okay, Kaira unaweza drop.
We're not getting.
Kaira unaweza drop urudi tena. Ochieng, are you there? Okay, sawa. Ni kama hapa watu wako kwa podcast mode wakalala. Anaitwaje? Wild North. Power. Talk to us.
I'm from northern Kenya.
Hatuwezi kukusikia. Fix your mic and come back. We can't hear you. Your mic is so pathetic. We can't hear you. Fix your mic, come back, I'll give you the mic. Orua, are you there? Tribeless relax na kamkwako. Orua, are you there? Orua, going once. Victor Oma Orua, are you there? Frontina. Very nice. Tribeless, speak to us. I like clearing the mic to create room for other people because nyinyi mnakuja mnachukua mics hapa. We have like 56 requests. Alafu nyinyi mmehog mic na mmelala kwa vitanda. Tribeless bana, talk to us. How are you?
All right, thank you so much, Ayo, and thank you so much, everyone. I like the spirit. We're just trying to explore every aspect that can lead us to our goal. And this is what I think was the enemy is changing every time. He is finding new tactics. He is recruiting new friends. And his aim is to finish us completely. Tell them that this is what is going on. This is why we think Ruto must go. Let us start by NANE NANE. Once we finish with NANE NANE, because Nairobi is the capital or city of Kenya, let us draw a plan on the 8th of August, and the plan that entails going around, devolving our rallies. One of the best ways to conduct civic education, especially at this time, is by devolving our rallies. We devolve our rallies in that we agree that after NANE NANE next week, where is our next rally? We go to Mombasa. We plan like for example, 16th August, we are in Mombasa. Or let's say 21st or whatever, we are in Mombasa. Think if we have like 30,000 Kenya shillings, is enough for us. Why? We have 20,000 Kenyan shillings for public address system and maybe 10,000 Kenyan shillings for venue. And that is it. And we notify the police of our rally. And this is a very good